Stream, Twitch seems good. We'll see. I have my. Okay. Can you hear me? That is the question. Okay. Can you hear me? Ooh, I can hear myself. Oh, that's because I have the stream up. Ooh, I can hear myself. Oh, that's because I have the stream up. That makes sense. So you can hear me. How's the volume? How's the audio volume in general? Let's see here. All right. So what are we doing today? We are working on the docs, I think. So I have a PR up that's doing various fixes for the docs. It's been getting more and more complete and complex. It's in the corner there. With the, that's weird. I'm quiet compared to the music a tiny bit, alright, so we can fix that. So what I'm gonna do, I think, is I will go over here, tone that down a bit, we'll turn this up. How does that sound? Also, I can hear my own voice, which I would rather not do. I don't know how to fix that. What about this? Can you hear me? Can you still hear me is an interesting question. My suspicion is maybe. Oh, why can't I scroll in chat? That's horrible. Yes, we can hear me. Okay, good. All right, cool. So today we're doing, let me switch over to my screen here, we are gonna be doing some programming. So here I'm on the Claude docs branch. I've been having Claude code help me implement this. I feel like that's a good use of AI resources at this time. I don't think I've installed Claude on this machine though, so we're gonna have to do that. Let's give this a crack. And then I will show you all here. I can bring this over here. I have this PR up, which is miscellaneous docs improvements, and it started with I just wanted to ask. I asked Claude, "Hey, can you just check for typos?" But then I started doing more and more and more, and now it's getting to be somewhat of a big PR. I think it's no conflicts though, so I'm gonna maybe start by updating the branch from master. I've got to address these issues that people brought up. I have to address some of the issues that Chippy brought up, and then I have to address some of the issues that Mr. Toadman brought up. Telleril. So we will try and do that. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? You can hear you. Thank you, Galanova. I assume you're YouTube? Yeah, you're YouTube. Alright. So, I don't know if you guys have checked out Claude Code. It's pretty nice. It works, in my opinion, much better than Cursor. Could be just the model, though. I'm not really sure. I typically only use this type of thing for stuff like docs because just in general, it doesn't seem to work very well for code, or at least not code inside of our code base. So we'll see. Also, yeah, I'm not about to risk security vulnerabilities by using this. So let's see. Now we have this. So in principle, I'm gonna have to log in, I think. Let's see, Claude. Can I do -- continue? No. Well, to like refresh my session. Come on now. Alright, well, we'll close some of these. We'll open up this one. Huh? What happened? What's going on? Hello. Oh, kids is here for the first time. Welcome in. Can we get a link to the PR check? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let me pull that up. There's a link to the PR. I can slap this in YouTube as well. Oh, interesting. Someone's here that I know from college, but I don't want to dox him, so I'm not going to just say his name. Cool. So we've got this open, and now let's take a look at this. Why am I unable? Native installation exists, but is not in your path. System properties. Cool, fun times. We love that. Love that for us. System properties. Environment variables. Edit user path. New, add the path above. Why would that not be on my path? It's a little odd. Useless. Let's try opening a new thing. Starting Windows PowerShell. Okay, let's just do that. There we go. Bingo bango. What do we want? We want dark mode colorblind friendly. That's what we like. Then we gotta log in. Make sure that get this over here. Seems fine. Maybe I should make a new Twitch channel called Twitch Programs Pokemon, and it's just chat fed into Claude attempting to program Pokemon. Now that would be something. The reason I thought of that, I was thinking, like, can Twitch, is there any exfiltration exploit that Twitch can do? But no, I'm not feeding your stuff into Claude. Not me. What do I need to learn in order to create something similar like SpacetimeDB? Do you mean job description or the technical stuff? I mean, I don't know. I didn't know how to make databases before I knew how to make databases, so I guess an enterprising spirit and programming experience and a lot of time and effort and money and intelligence. That's what I would suggest. Okay, due to prompt injection risks, use only with code you trust. Agreed. All right, cool. Technically stuff. What languages? Well, okay, so for SpacetimeDB specifically, we wrote that in Rust. but you don't have to know Rust if you wanted to do it in a different language. At the time, Rust was really the only option. We could have done it in C, we could have done it in C++, we could have done it in Rust. Rust was relatively new, but neither of us wanted to do C++ because it's not so fun. But nowadays, I would say probably like Zig or Odin are feasible. I think Zig particularly. The thing is, though, I think, for example, Tiger Beetle is one of the largest or most mature projects written in Zig, but it's not really multi-tenant. And so the problem is we need safety. It's very important. It's memory safety, because we are running other people's code inside of a WASM instance and inside of a JavaScript V8 instance, but then also they access data, obviously, that's in the host over the API boundary, and we need to make sure that the compiler can ensure for us that there is no ability, even if we write a mistake, for somebody to access memory in another person's program. That's really, really critical, so that's why we've done that. Why did, hold on. How do we get Nightbot to not do this? Also, I fixed these, hopefully. Yeah, check that out. Nice. But, like, Nightbot's being a little crazy. Let's go to the dashboard. Yeah, how do I get chat moderation? I think I just want to turn links off. Let that happen. And we'll turn some of these off. Alright, can you try posting that link again? Beer bag? I should have fixed it so that it won't do that. Just launched their playtest up on Steam. Is it running? Is it live? Request access. Okay, so I have to log into Steam, which I'm not going to do right now. Very cool. I don't know if you guys have seen, but obviously this guy's been dropping dev blogs, and he's been doing a good job. And it seems like he's moving extremely quickly, which, I don't want to take credit for some of that, but I think SpacetimeDB helps. Let's see, what else? What's his most recent video? Is it 2 days ago? I think so. He's posting about once a week-ish, I think. Very entertaining blogs. One of the things that we have seen is that people have like massively optimized their apps in SpacetimeDB, so we're just not using many resources on the cluster, which is great. It's great news for us. Let's see. Yeah, he just granted access to everyone who applied. He said there are more than 3,000 signups. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Let's see, I'm opening up some of our statistics on energy usage, which is pretty cool. One of the cool things about energy usage metrics, the way we're actually doing it, is I can see, not in real time, in pseudo real time. We should have written it in SpacetimeDB, to be honest. We regret that decision frequently. But one of the cool things is that I can see like how much energy is being used on the cluster, which is pretty fun. I wonder if maybe eventually we could even make that public, although there's some security concerns with that. Of course. Yeah. So, like, for example, the equivalent of $100 in energy was used yesterday, $105, which is actually, because people have been seriously optimizing their applications, it's actually down from initially, but trending up after we introduced the price changes, and then also the just in general turn down the pricing. So that is very cool. That is very cool to see. Oh, I missed the start. Curious, are you using ADRs, architectural decision records, to help carry your group's policy as well as context into the models, or is your workflow more ad hoc? I don't know what ADRs are, so in that case, I certainly would say that we are not using them. We have a company account for Claude and for ChatGPT, and so that's basically all we do. I heard about you guys not too long ago, and this project is without a doubt going to change how everything is made. I am an aspiring game creator and would love to incorporate SpacetimeDB. How can I start? Reading documents, watching your tutorials, just jumping in and seeing if I don't break anything. I think all of those things are a great idea. Our tutorials are a little bit out of date. We're going to start really improving the tutorials. We're going to be doing more tutorials. This year is really all about getting SpacetimeDB out here, out in the world. So if you think about like what a lot of last year was, and the year before, it was prepping to go live with Bitcraft. So in June of last year, we went live with Bitcraft. That was a slog to get up to there. And then from June, really I would say like August, because the whole Bitcraft launch was a lot to handle. From August until now, we've been adding in a bunch of TypeScript support. So if we go over here, if I pull this up here, and I go to the docs, one of the cool things that we've now added is support for TypeScript, and both on the server and the client. So we've always had it for the client because people want to make web games, but we want to really start supporting more like web development in general with SpacetimeDB. There's nothing specific to games about SpacetimeDB, so we think it makes a lot of sense to do that. And I think it's a good way to get started. It's in beta, so we're trying to fix all the problems and make sure that the docs are up to date and all that stuff. And that is what we're doing today. So we're going to start working on them docs very shortly. Let's take a look at the chat though here. I should really have clicked on multi-stream from the beginning. Okay, let's see what else questions we have from YouTube. Who would talking the WASM commit? Hold on. Would taking the WASM commit? Would talking the WASM commit to place a higher priority on flexible vectors be possible? 512-bit SIMD would be amazing for RTS games. I think we're definitely always looking for further improvements to performance. That is something that's ongoing. In fact, we've been working on TypeScript performance. So one of the cool things we're doing recently is we've started benchmarking SpacetimeDB against normal web servers with normal databases. And I will just say that second place is more than 10 times slower than SpacetimeDB. And for some competitors out there, it's between 1,000 and 100 times faster. So we're gonna have some fun graphics to share with you guys pretty soon. Let's see. What about Android? Are you asking for Android support, like Kotlin support? Kotlin and Swift support are on our roadmap, but with every new language comes a lot of maintenance. And as people have seen with TypeScript, like the TypeScript tutorial was kind of broken and stuff, and we want to make sure that we can do it at the appropriate time rather than kind of ship a bunch of slop and then having to fix that. Although with AI, it could make things a little bit easier. It makes some of the drudgery easier, which you will see today if we can get the docs fixed up. So let's see. So let's do the following. Let's go into here. Let's go into docs. Let's do a little pm dev. See if this works. Spacetime auth docs are probably the most out of date right now. Well, person who wrote Spacetime auth is here with us today in chat, just above you. So we can cook on that as well a little bit, see if he can answer some questions, as long as he's willing to stick around, because it is a Sunday. Okay, so the docs are now up. Let's open up. Open up the docs for you guys. Oh, the page has crashed. What have I done wrong? Hook is called outside of docs version provider. How is this possible? Because I was just running this on my other computer. Oh, do I need to like pm install maybe or something like that? Open up another one of these. I don't know why that would possibly be the case, but let's try it. Nope. Son of a gun. Let's try one more time. Also, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I've got my Christmas gift. What is going on with my camera? Is that looking like that for you guys on stream? I mean, Lori. It is. Why? What? Do I have like green screen enabled? Because that's green, and maybe that's what's going on. What is happening? I bet you it is. I bet you. No, I don't know what's happening. Well, we're going to ignore that. But this back here is a little steam engine that I got for Christmas. And this right here are the Federalist Papers. And those are my Christmas gifts. I think I must have a green screen filter on, but I don't know why or how to turn that off. I wish that I was capable. Color range is default. What if I do that? No. I don't know how to figure that one out. Let's see. Right click your camera's filters. Okay, maybe that's what's going on. Let's see. Filters. There we go. Edit filters. Yep. Look at that. It's almost like we know what we're doing. Nice and green, look at that. Although it doesn't look the same green as is in my house, but it looks a lot better. Alright, but now we gotta find out why the docs are crashing when they're not crashing on my other computer. You know what? We don't have to figure it out. We're just gonna ask Claude Code. Okay, let's give it a little background. Okay, I am working on a branch to improve the docs of the SpacetimeDB repo. The docs live in /docs. Well, the docs directory, I ran pnpm-dev to start up the docs are written with Thesaurus. Live in the docs directory. I ran pnpm to start up the docs server, but I am now getting the following message. On the web page, when I open it, could you troubleshoot what's going on? And now we retire because AI is going to solve all of our problems, no doubt. Yes, and we want to allow, actually, we're going to do number 2 here. Do I have to, like, can I not use my arrow keys? I can. Beerbag, what are you saying is cool? I assume it's the steam engine? Or is it the steam engine was from Germany. It's called, like, Dampfmaschine or something. And it actually goes ridiculously fast if you put 2 of the little fuel pods in, which we should not do. Okay, we do want to allow that. Yeah. Maybe I could show it on stream, possibly, maybe at the end of the stream or something. Small thing, but can you put the chat above you? Yeah, that's probably a good point. Let's see. Still not great, to be honest, but better. I was going to ask if you could a steam engine stream. Well, you know, I mean, anything's possible. Now, I swear that I'm telling it that it can get read access to this directory, but we'll see. Be grabbing some things. Why write code when you can just have the computer write code for you? Why do any troubleshooting yourself? Just click yes. Vibe that. I was promised by the CEO of Anthropic here that it would be writing 90% of the code by the end of 2025. Sadly, it doesn't write 95% of our code at all. It writes maybe 2%. Maybe more than 2%. Maybe 10%. The issue has been identified. Card link component used. Now I understand. The card link component uses the docs. Alright, let's see what's going on. The card link component uses doc by ID. Use doc by ID to auto-fetch descriptions for the doc, but this hook can only be used within doc's plugin context. Even though the component is used in an MDX file, there may be rendering timing issues. The simplest fix is to remove the doc ID approach and use explicit descriptions instead. Well, I would rather not do that. Just give me a second here. Maybe that's fine, to be honest. Well, alright. I'd rather not do that because I would like the description to be derived from the dock itself so that they don't get out of sync. It does write 99% of the code if you just dump ship 60,000 lines per day. The problem is that it does like what it just did. It's like, okay, sure, and things just go off the rails. The thing is that you really need to keep it on the rails as long as you possibly can, and actually I do think that like SpacetimeDB helps with that, because the rails are much clearer, because you can write a reducer and it has a fixed like context that you need to know about, which is basically what are the tables available to me, and it's transactional, so like if you have an error you can just throw a thing, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, web search, yeah, let's do that. I should also tell it does work on my laptop, so I don't understand. It also works fine on my Mac OS laptop, if that is helpful. So right now, instead of me Googling this, it's Googling this. Let's look at this issue. Boy, that looks similar. Not exactly the same, though. What is Palo Alto Networks? Interesting. Let's take a look. What is Claude cooking up for us? Oh, yes. And yeah, you can go ahead and look at GitHub. Sure. I also agree that that suggestion was weird. They were like, oh, hey, this is what I get sometimes, which is like, I would like to do a thing. And it's like, well, the auto fix for the is, oh, just don't do the thing. And it's like, okay, but I have to do the thing. There's no, what I'm trying to achieve. So if you just say don't do it, it's like, yeah, sure. Well, why I don't want to wrap this whole project up if I'm not doing it. Okay, we could clearly cache. That's interesting. Plausible. We're going to allow this. The AI trying to CD on a Windows path instead of a Mac OS is very funny. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's try this. I mean, I don't know that I want it to be browser only is the thing. Okay, it's working now. Like, do I want it to be browser only? Also, is it working now? Look at this. Terminate batch job. I said no, and it just did it anyway, apparently, so that's odd. Okay. let me just think. Can we roll that change back for a second to make sure that's what fixed it? It is now working. We're gonna have to get some new music at some point. Love the concept of using energy as a baseline unit of measure for costs, related to AI being ready or not to reason about complex systems. Well, I think the cool thing about energy is it is true. You're kind of using energy, but also it's topical, given that it's SpacetimeDB. And then I think third, it gives you like very granular insight into the specific operation. So you can make your app faster by just optimizing a single number. And we have kind of done the math about what that costs overall. And I think if you give developers a number to optimize, rather than just, oh, generally make it faster or better or cheaper, it's very hard. Like people get really sweaty about it. In fact, we saw some people post like, I have had a 99% reduction in energy usage since like a month ago when we did it, because they have been just optimizing their apps. And that makes it better for everyone. It makes it so we can host more people on main cloud. It makes it so you can have more players. The cost per player goes down. It's really quite, I think it's quite cool. I kind of saw a similar thing with, like when I knew some people that wrote smart contracts for Ethereum, and they would get so sweaty about reducing the cost, because there also the cost is like 1 million times higher than for SpacetimeDB, so you'd have to get very sweaty, but they like would be looking at the particular operations, and I think that is interesting. Just makes it easy to optimize because you're really trying to focus on one thing. No, same problem. No, it worked. Oh no. Does anybody have an explanation for that? Why are computers awful? Look, it thinks the error is back. Error is not back. The error is not back. So what is going on? I mean, it was back for a second. Let's shut the dev server off and try it again. I mean, come on now. I don't know. Beats me, friends. But check this out. I'll show you this. Check it out. So if we go to the docs here, you go to, nope, I don't want to go to my profile. Old docs, okay. New docs, old docs, yuck. New docs. Look at the styling. Look at that. New docs, old docs. New docs, old docs. So much more subtle and nice and good. And now, by the way, we've got quick starts, and the quick starts are actually quick. Like, it's only 3 steps now. So the quick starts are much better. And then in the tutorials, we've kind of rolled the whole chat app tutorial into one giant tutorial. And now you can change the languages. So that's one of the cool things about this. I love the new docs. The new docs, and then there's going to be the new docs, and they're just going to keep getting better. That's the plan. That is the plan. We've got like a topic on transactions and atomicity and so on. All right, so let's get cooking. So let's start with what's on the PR. Let's address the PR comments, shall we? Let's go to here. Let's go back to, fine, I'll just type it in. We're going to go to pull requests, and we're going to go to author, me. Enter. This I've been trying to merge for 1,000 years. Give me 1 second. Let's try it again. Go ahead and merge when ready. It keeps failing for like flaky garbage, so try that again. Let's look at the docs improvements. Let's look at the problems that have been addressed. Like, you know what? I don't know if... Why do work when you don't have to? So, hot reload side effect, stale cache. Sure, sounds good. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Let's move on. On this PR, I have gotten the following comment. I agree. Let's see. This is because in this PR branch, we have fixed the fact that SpacetimeDB doesn't check on IPv4 and 6 bindings that there isn't another process running. Let's modify our code to specifically check the ports we plan on binding to. This code is in... I'm going to open up VS Code in my other tab here. So that I can search for things more easily. And I want to search for CLI. No, it's, well, I guess it is. But it's like main. No, it's not. It's... Well, you know what? Who cares? We'll spend a few extra tokens. Let Claude figure it out. And I can talk to chat. That's the plan. I don't know why my like YouTube chat is not coming through my multi-stream, but whatever. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Azzoni, popping in to say hello. Today we're working on the docs PR. And it found where it is. It found it at start.rs. We love that for us. The is available port function only checks this. Okay. Yeah, sure, fine. See where this goes. LSP plugin. Oh yeah, we do want that. We do want that. Alessandro, I saw that one user was able to get pro cooking, so I don't know if you did anything there, but thank you. All right, let's see. On the requested interface. This is nonsensical. Nope. Well, okay, this is no. Okay, what I mean is that if the user chooses to bind 127.0.0.1 3000, we should check that no other process is bound to 127.1.1 3000 on either IPv6 or IPv4 and addition. Oh, okay, awesome. Was it a problem that would affect other users, or is it just like a random thing that happened to this person? And is it fixed for the future purchasers of ProTier? Not entirely sure. Six, but if they choose to bind to 0.0.0.0, whoops, we do the same thing for 0.0.0.0. 3000. Thank you so much for the follow, Negoeta. On IPv4 and IPv6. I have an open docs PR about self-hosting issues with SpacetimeDB logs command if you want to check that out. It is 3 Bitcraft redeem code, please. I'm not sure what you mean by that. 3652. Let's look at this PR. It is 3652. All right, let's read this now. Okay, here we go. On the requested for of episode. This function checks both the requested and its equivalent. Is port available? Host and port, and then we say parse it as IPv4. If it parses, then if it's the loopback port, use the local host. What I don't know is question before we admit that is IP address, or is it a domain name I don't want to go through DNS? Last. Well, let's try that. We are not giving away Bitcraft here on the stream. We're doing SpacetimeDB the only thing. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. We're not doing Bitcraft giveaways on the stream here. Why are you implementing this check? Did you get a chance to read my take on network interface binding and the corresponding? Yes, I did. This is what I'm referring to. Unless I am mistaken. I saw John's comment. Let's hold on. I have it open, don't I? Also, this only scopes on IPv4. This is the only thing that you said. Igor Mango. Also, this only scopes on IPv4, not IPv6. I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. Why are you implementing this check? Did you get a chance to read my take on network interface binding corresponding issues? What you actually need is to be suggesting users use localhost instead of zero. So we originally had that, but what you get is people who don't understand what this is doing, hitting a wall immediately saying, I can't connect to my server, because they will run something locally on their laptop or whatever, and then they'll have another device they want to connect to it, and it's like, oh, it won't connect. So we surveyed a bunch of other services that do this by default, and almost all of them, I think like Node.js, for example, is by default on default binding interface. It binds on, I should pull this up so you guys can see, 0.0.0, IPv4, and IPv6. So that is what we are going to do, because this is the standard that web developers are used to. And so I think that that is what we should do, rather than 127.0.0.1. Although I understand it is slightly more secure, I think it leads to a worse sort of initial experience for people. Let's read this again. So yes, rather than 3,000, it would. We actually thought about that, spending the time. So basically, the person in Twitch chat is suggesting, Doug Lance here, that we should pick a unique port for the service. I have one in mind. I won't tell you what it is because I don't want anybody using it. But it's a lot of work to switch over, because we have a lot of things that use the old port. Something to consider, though, since this was a problem. I have a good one, to be honest. And I don't know if I want to save it for like a SpacetimeDB protocol, sort of like how the Postgres port has for the Postgres protocol its own port, or use it for development. It's tricky. This is not what we want to do. I don't think this is right. This is what I mean, Claude. I don't think that change is correct. That, if I bind to, I don't know, 10.1.1.1, then, or whatever, make sure it's clear, I'm not talking about that, then the equivalent port, the equivalent port will be assumed to be 0.0.0.0, which is not correct. It should be the actually equivalent port in IPv6. Access, I think that's how you say that name. Well, AC3YS says, why not allow specifying a specific port, specifying a port on Spacetime Start? So we do already allow you to specify a port on Spacetime Start. The default one is 3000. We're talking about a different default. What happened was, in this case, that I ran Docusaurus on port 3000, and then I ran SpacetimeDB, which allowed me to do it because Docusaurus was binding to the IPv6 version, and SpacetimeDB was binding to the IPv4 version, which led to a whole bunch of weird issues in the browser, and I don't want other people to run into that. So now I'm going to say, hey, if I'm trying to run on port 3000 and there's anybody bound to either IPv6 on 3000 or IPv4 on 3000, they should not be able to start SpacetimeDB on that port. They should instead have to choose another port or allow it to be incremented. So now basically, if it is loop packed, fine. If it is unspecified, then do that. Otherwise, map it, which seems correct. Does anybody have a problem with this? Mac, PC, and Linux do also handle this differently, which is the problem because I was on Mac and then it was like other people weren't able to reproduce it and it was craziness. It was actual madness. I had to call in the public Discord and do a call with people just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. So the buck stops here with not having anybody else run into this problem. That's the idea. Default to localhost if parsing fails. I don't think that's right. This is what I mean. Like, how is anybody out here vibe coding? You'd get like 3 steps in and it would do some insane thing. And then you would say, okay, because you don't have any idea what's going on. Or are not like watching it. And then it's madness. So like, why are we... Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think so. I think this is crazy. Let's look at the code. Claude. Like, okay, correct if I'm wrong, guys, but we should not just default to the localhost if you specify a different port and it fails to parse. Like, that means if you have a typo, you're going to be on localhost and you'll be so confused. Even though you tried to put in like 0.0.0, you did like 0.0, comma, whatever, 0. Now it's like only listening on localhost. This is crazy. Let's see. We're going to say no again. I don't think we should just default to a different, the localhost interface if it fails to parse. I think we should, just basically should tell the user about the error. Probably panicking is fine, question mark. In this case, because it hasn't even started up yet. Madness. If you were just vibing, you would just like be doing this madness. All right, let's do that. Does anybody have a problem with that? In chat, does chat have a problem with that? Just write a test for it. Would be nice to pick a unique port for the service. Mac and PC handle this differently too, but true. And then, yeah. that's fine. That's fine. You want to make this edit to start. That's also fine. Error editing file. It's weird. Sure. All these AI things seem like a massive security flaw. Like, let's just ship your code off and then make arbitrary changes. Like, this is what it's telling me it did, but I don't know if it actually did it until I go to the PR. Definitely could see malicious code injection problems. Change are complete. Here's a summary of what was updated. I'm actually a little bit concerned about, so if we bring this up, it says like if it can't parse the port here, it just does, okay, sure, we'll take the listen address to string, which is like, I don't know, but it's fine because it tries to bind, so it should be fine. I don't like this. But it's what's required to get it to print properly. So I need to like understand that. Maybe I can ask Claude. So one of the things also for 2.0 that we're working on is putting a nail in the coffin of capitalization problems. I come from the school of thought that's similar to Linus Torvalds, that like case-insensitive file systems are foolishness. However, the problem that we have is that you want to be able to write your modules in one language and then use them from other languages, or possibly even change the language later on. And so you need to be able to have some case conversion, and not only that, but also sometimes like insert underscores and things of that nature. And so I wrote a whole proposal up about like how can we do this systematically so that you can override all that stuff and just do like, hey, literally I want these exact characters, or not. So we'll see. Do you want to proceed? Did you write a test, sir? Well, all right, let's just do it. Sleepy. I'm hoping to get this PR merged, maybe not today, but maybe on Monday, maybe today. We'll see. This was not worth it to run these tests. Let's in the meantime. What the hell is this? Noodle? What is going on with that? What we're going to do here is we don't really want Claude to be attributing itself all over the place in our code base, so I am going to go to settings.json. There's no Vim on Windows. I guess that makes sense. I guess. No, you fool. What the heck is this null file with 0 bytes in it? rm null. Generating command. What is the madness? Del RM? Del null. I don't... Why are we warping? This is just foolishness. Terminal, please. Del null? RM null. Why is it warp? What is this insanity? I don't know what's going on with that. That's insane. What is the latest use of the DB? What do you mean by that? I mean, a lot of people are using it for many different purposes. A lot of people for games, some people for web apps. Bitcraft is still using it as its backend. There's a window title box thing that sits right in front of your cursor, usually, so we can't see what you're typing, by the way. Oh, it's true. Let me move that. It really does sit like perfectly in there, doesn't it? Null file is a known issue in Claude Code on Windows. What? For real? That's crazy. That ain't it. You can delete it by prepending that to the path. Okay, and will it come back? Do you know? Why can I not find this? This must be like some kind of... Dang it, it's the whole... I think that's fine for now. We'll just disable it, okay. All right. I clawed on WSL. Okay, well, we're gonna try and run this command, but our Vikasoft could be trolling me and have me delete my whole thing, so I'm not familiar with Windows. Let's see, reject that. I don't want to ask a follow-up. I want to run a command. So how about you let me do that? That sound like a plan? I think it sounds like a plan. Okay. Now, I wonder, you know what I should do? I'm a fool. Sure, yeah, run that command. That's the one I want. Madness. Madness. This is, we're just too much AI. Also, I'm adding Claude to this. Ugh. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. At least it won't be in Git. Okay, let's go back here. So, if the user passes a template via template and the project already exists, we should print an error. Should we print an error warning that the template is being ignored? I gotta look at that code because we don't know what's going on there. Look at this code. It says, line 142. If should init. Because only if it should init. So I assume it's basically like, let's see. If SpacetimeDB does not exist, and SpacetimeDB is not a directory, then we are going to go through here, and if we should init, which is based on this, okay, then we'll do all this stuff. But if it does exist, or it is a directory, then we're not going to use the template file. Yeah. So this is you should not init, but somebody passed in a template, so we should warn bring which is what we would like to do. Okay. Now we're gonna go back over here. We're gonna say git status. Well, let's do git add. Let's do cargo format -- all. Let's check something. Okay, go back. Address -- template PR comment. All right, let's go back to the PR. So I believe we've now addressed, the changes that were raised. Yes, good call out. I now print a warning if they're not initializing a project. They are specifying a okay, cool. So that's that problem resolved. Now I believe Chippy had one. So let's go find what Chippy said. Bug. Vec U64 column is displayed ambiguously. It's a new bug somebody did. It's interesting. This feels like it might have been written by AI, which is interesting because I think it will improve the quality of a lot of tickets. It might not be also. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna find Chippy's problem. From Chippy. Okay, can I do that in just streamer mode? Probably. Yes. Small thing. Automatic migrations does not list adding columns. Technically, forbidden change the columns of a table is no longer correct. Should be changing the order or modifying existing columns, since adding new columns should be supported if they're added. Same goes for Rust docs. Okay, you know what we do in this case? We just copy this, and we just thank you for doing the work, Chippy. We're just gonna tell Claude to do the thing for you. Okay, excellent. Now I've gotten this report from a user. Just plug it in. Why do lot work when few work do trick? All right, the following changes are always allowed and will not break existing clients. Adding new columns to the end of a table with a default value. That is correct. Changing the columns of the table. This includes changing the order of columns. Removing or modifying existing columns. This includes changing the type, renaming, or reordering columns. Adding columns without a default value. Adding columns in the middle of a table. That's correct. Documentation on the default field macro is really non-existent or missing, but yeah. Good, it's a good point. Let's do that one next, shall we? I want to open this file to make sure I have this. Situations that may break clients. This is true. Actually, no, this is wrong. That change should go in Notably, I feel like this shouldn't have to be the case, but it is the case, I believe, right now. If you add a column, because we don't, because of how bsetn parses, I don't think it allows us to do that, but it should in the future. The following are forbidden. That's correct. What are the long-term plans for extending the Spacetime dev templates? It would be awesome to have different types of games, for example, as templates, a tower defense or an RPG. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big goal of what we want to do. It's also partially why we were building in the templates thing, is to make it easier. So in the repo as it is today, so let me open up this thing. So if we go back to the repo, whoops, whoa. As of like Thursday, we actually now have this new folder called templates, and any folder in here will automatically become a template. It's going to make it a million times easier for us to add new templates. And then inside of the template, you have this thing called template.json. And this makes it a template, and it just specifies, I think, like the name and the description and things, and the client language. So that is how that works. We also allow you to, like if you're on the command line, you can specify -- template and then provide a GitHub URL, and it will actually go and clone that GitHub template. So if you guys put this in there too, third-party templates are automatically now a thing. So I'd like to really expand this out as much as possible, while keeping in mind that like we have to maintain them, right? So if we update to version 2, we need to update all the templates for version 2 and so on. I think that's the biggest thing with SpacetimeDB is you've got the core database, cool, but then also you've got all the stuff around it that you also have to keep up to date, and that ends up being quite a lot of things. That's really cool. Can I extend that locally to use community templates? That's even easier with GitHub URL. Yeah, so you can do, so for example, if I do spacetime dev -- templates, template, and then I do like foobar baz. So I don't even have to put the full URL in. If I just put in this parameter, we assume it's GitHub and we go get it there. I've already started on the Angular and Bevy templates. There you go. I think it would be cool also, Beerbag, to put some of those templates on like a page of like a docs page of like cool templates that we've found, and have some of them be external templates so that people know that external templates are a thing they can do, that they can make and so on. We have a spacetimedb.com/templates is not a page right now. Actually, it might be a page. Shh, don't tell anybody. It is a page, but it's not linked from anywhere, and we are going to be adding the templates to here so you can explore them. Also, for you, those of you who did not see this in Twitch chat because you're on YouTube, this is what this looks like. Foobar baz. No, it should have been deployed. I actually knew it was deployed. We did that a while ago. I just removed the link to it. Okay, do you want to make, let's see. This is correct. So it's actually going back to make them consistent, which is intelligent. We like that. Big fan of that. Let's see. Should we not be applying these to also like, okay, well, let's just say, okay, cool. Excellent. I think the default macro is in general not super well documented. Let's review the docs and add documentation in the appropriate place for the different languages. For example, the code for default in TypeScript is here. And then let me just provide the path to that, because I know it. Because I wrote it. Type builder. Now we wait. I close this pane. There we go. We are vibing. So we'll see what this does. It probably won't do something particularly inspiring in terms of documentation, but it might be better than nothing. So let's take a look. Sometimes I feel like Rust is a very nice language for AI agents like Claude due to verbose compiler. Maybe 2026 is the year of Rust. Could be. Could be. I think Rust is a very solid language. I don't think it's the panacea that a lot of people think, but I think it does some things very well. I would love... One of my biggest problems with Rust is I don't have a way of saying this function and all functions that it calls do not allocate. I would really like that. And I feel like, is that something you can do in Zig? Let's find out. Can I declare that a function does not allocate in Zig? So the language design principle of no hidden allocations means that any function that needs to perform heap out must explicitly accept an allocator parameter. So yes, it is explicit in Zig. Well, sort of. It's not a, well, it is. I mean, if you don't press an allocator, it cannot allocate. That's nice. That's really nice. It's really nice. Okay, let's review. Default values. Default values allow, like, let's also look at the docs as they are right now. SpacetimeDB.com. Here, we'll do this. SpacetimeDB.com. Now, what file is that in that it wants me to look in? Tables, columns, core concepts. Let's go to docs. Tables, columns. Primary key, special types, primitive types, yuck. Very little written there, right? What am I doing wrong? Yeah, so that's horrible, and this is much better. So now let's take a look at what we got. So okay, fine. Let's go back. Default values. Default values allow you to add new columns to existing tables during automatic migrations. When you republish a module with a new column that has a default value, existing rows are automatically populated with that default. Note, new columns with default values must be added at the end of the table definition. Adding columns in the middle of it is not supported. True. Tabs. This is TypeScript. Cool. TypeScript player table default correct. This is correct. It's really cool. The default value method can be changed on any column type builder. The value must match the column's type. And then it's C#. Bingo. The attribute, the value is serialized to match the column's type. Correct. This is correct. Does this work? I don't actually know that. Let's say yes to this, because in general it looks great. Default values cannot be combined with primary key, unique, autolink. Is that correct? I mean, in general, that looks good. Let's say yes to this, but then we're gonna make some small changes. These are good questions that, like, Claude has assumed as the answer, but may not be, but we should answer them anyway. Has SpacetimeDB been updated to be able to call HTTP endpoints server-side? I believe that was on the roadmap, but you could have heard wrong. You did not hear wrong. It is absolutely available now, and it's in fact underneath functions, procedures. If you go here, we talk about it. So, for example, in Rust, you can define a procedure as this, and so within a procedure, the procedure context allows you to make HTTP queries. So accessing the database is the same, but you have to start a transaction. It's the same as in if you start a transaction, it's very much a similar idea as it is in a reducer. If you do that, you can also do, for example, ctx.http.get, and you'll be able to do an HTTP query, which is exciting. So you can absolutely do that today. Let's go back to Claude. It's also putting marked value. The default attribute accepts any valid Rust expression that evaluates the column's type at compile time. The value is type checked during compilation. Yeah, that does imply... If it's not lying about that, then that makes sense. Can you show me where in the code this is specified? It's in this place. First of all, can we just... That's pretty incredible. Although it didn't go to the right place. 684. Correct? Look at that. That's pretty incredible. Any plans tonight? Add Go language as server language, mobile keystroke. No plans to do it tonight, but I assume that means soon. We certainly could add Go. I think it would be a very cool addition. Again, it's one of those things that like every new language we add adds another thing we have to maintain. So we just have to be careful. I think we'd like to take at least one step back to say, hey, can we reduce the amount of code we have to write per language before we just add another language? And I think that we could do that, especially if we can get SpacetimeDB running client side. But that would allow us to do like, you know, like what are the top languages? Let's see. Top languages by developer community. So if you just go to the TOB index, let's see. You've got Python, that would be really good. C, we are adding support for C++, which is sort of therefore C. We're adding support for, well, we already have JavaScript and TypeScript. Why is TypeScript not higher up on this? I don't understand. This is actually insane. I don't know what that is. It's basically Python, JavaScript, TypeScript. I think you can see a clear reason to want JavaScript, TypeScript, obviously. You can see a reason to want Python. I could see a reason to want Go because it's very popular. Top programming languages by popularity. And the particular thing matters. Like C# is cool, but it's a lot of it is for UI programming, I feel like, for Windows. Let's see. Swift would be cool for iOS, and then Kotlin would be cool for Android. I think my top choices for languages would be, if I could wave a magic wand and I had like 3 to add, I would do Swift, I would do Kotlin, and I think the third would probably be Python, but maybe I would also do Go. Any plans on Java server side would solve so many issues in my 9 to 5. I know that Beerbag is already working on a Java client. I think that's another one. I mean, it's a huge language. At least one of the JVM languages would be cool. I prefer Scala. Maybe we could do... I think that the thing is you probably would only have to support the JVM. And then you could do any language, although there's probably a lot of work involved in that. I like you gotta have C# for Unity alone. You do. You have to have. Well, we wrote our game in Unity, so we needed it for our game because that's what we originally built SpacetimeDB for in the first place. So yeah, probably, but I think the WASM support is not great yet. But what I'm saying is that I think you wouldn't actually run Java through WASM. I think you would modify SpacetimeDB to execute JVM code. That, like, much like how for TypeScript we did V8. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's great. Could we add explicit validation for TypeScript? Let's stop that. Let's do at compile time. I think Go would be. I know a lot of people like Go. How's Go's WebAssembly support? Godot binding is as well. Yeah, Godot binding. We want. People have been able to work around it for now, but it would be really cool. Okay, let's see. Check if metadata type has fields that are incompatible with default values. Default values cannot be combined with its primary key. So, what are we doing here? Okay. Let's do that. That seems reasonable. Seems reasonable. Having some good results with Rust and Godot. Yeah, are you using Rust on the client side in Godot? Is that what you're saying? Oh, it's reticulating. I don't know that I would do it this way. think it's fine. Doing everything in Rust and using Godot as the renderer. Really? I didn't know you could do that. Do you have more information on how that works? Can read cell? Or how, like, yeah, I don't know how to do that. I have dreamed a little bit of making Spacetime game engine. But I don't want to have to do the renderer. I would love, I think it'd be super cool to have Blender as the renderer. But I don't know. That seems like a real big undertaking. I think this different approach is better. I'm going to actually allow this to happen. Well, let's just do this individually. Just reverting these to the same thing. Just have to wait for a minute, but spotted this from a few minutes ago. You can't use a non-const method. I asked Claude, and he lied to me. We'll go back to edit that before we commit this. Thank you. Reverting its changes. I'd like to adjust my camera. Seems to me that the comment, the # designates it as a comment for the code on the next line. Which line are you talking about? Also, there's no way to add a vec field. That is unfortunate. Alright, let's see. What is it doing now? This is weird, but like, let's let it try. Why is having importance in table? A little weird. No, maybe that's right. Okay. Do. You guys gonna sing this music yet? Huh. Okay, so the row is now. This is gonna be a journey. No, actually, this may be correct. It up. Thanks for giving the doc some love. Absolutely. We're going to continue to give the doc some love more and more and more. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for the heads up on the default not being super well documented. I think there's a lot of things that we could really improve here. I will fix the tooth ring thing as well. A little skeptical about this, but we'll see. All right, should we get some new music? I think we should. Let's go to like what on earth is... Oh, these are tests? Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's try that. All right. What are you guys interested in? Maybe we'll do let's do chess. Is that crazy? Yeah, we'll try that. How's the sound on that? Can you guys verify that that sounds good? It's not too quiet. Ooh. This is some hype music. Now we're really doing the doc. Whoa. Turn it down a little bit. Ooh, we're gonna get... Our session's gonna run out. Let's see. Welcome back, Dovos and Sani Sensei. Hello. How are you? How was your day? Godot, Rust, gdext. Godot 4. Rust bindings for the Godot engine. I have not really played around with Godot. It feels... I just don't know. Haven't tried it. I think the music's a little loud. Maybe a user rule.md to keep IA in check. I assume that's AI. What is a user rule.md file? Is that a thing? Sure. Seems fine. Sleepy. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. All right, let's see. I will try that. I think I'm only going to try one or two other things, and then I'm going to abort this attempt of checking this at compile time. What is it doing? Getting real sick of this. This one might be better done by hand, and or just abort this. Yeah. Do they pass? We're gonna check this. We're gonna check this. Because I am skeptical. Let's see. What's the file called? Column metadata validation. How does this work? What's going on here? That's interesting. Let's see if we can get a... I don't know how that works. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Let's type into my thing here. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Let's talk it up a bit. This appears to work. The error messages are not super helpful though. Could we do a bit better than that? Or not? Give it the out. And then I don't want to change. AI is cheating to make tests pass. I thought it was, but it appears to not be. Somehow, like, if you have the wrong combination, it tells you that you have an extra... You need an extra argument, but, like, the weird thing about that is it's very confusing, I think, to anybody. Okay, what did it say? Let me try a few improvements. Okay, this is a very intriguing direction. We'll see if it does this. Okay, well, let's see. Will you be able to see the error message? I think you will, I guess, yeah. Sure. Oh, that's not right. Well, it's not good. Let's see what it thinks about that. This is a pretty deep rabbit hole. All right, I like this strategy. It seems reasonable. If anybody's just joining, we are updating the docs to improve them in general. So I'm just addressing some issues that people have brought up, but I have a big PR that's improving our docs. All right, let's see. Still not great. I'm troubled by this. Let's open that. DB connection test. I don't understand why that could possibly be failing. DB connection test. Is there a problem? There is a problem. Because it's wrong. That's wrong. But how did it get in is the question, because I'm pretty damn sure that we're testing them. It's in test. We'll have to investigate that at some other time. Is there a different issue? What? I don't know what this is. Let's add some very clear comments in the code that users would see on the table function and also in the documentation, which explain that the error about having 2 of 3 arguments actually validating the, I think it's actually, is it the metadata of the columns. This is very unintuitive. So we should do our best to make it clear to the users. What are we doing here? What? Okay, that was weird.
Activate disintegrators.
Columns marked default cannot have a primary key, blah blah blah. Column validation error. If you see errors like this means your column is an invalid combination. Example code. Sure, let's do that. How long before I forget that this is a thing and run into it myself, and then I'm mad and decide to remove it? Probably not long. Let's see, do you plan for SpacetimeDB to become a backend solution like Convex? I would say it is a backend solution today. Can you explain more what you mean? We certainly want it for web. So as I was talking a bit earlier, so recently we added TypeScript and JavaScript support for SpacetimeDB on the server side as well. We've added a lot of other features to make it easier for people to deploy SpacetimeDB without having to also deploy another server. And we then have been benchmarking against other backend solutions. And SpacetimeDB is between, for most solutions, between 1000x and 100x faster. For the best possible competitor, that would be SQLite and I think like a Bun server. It's more than 10 times faster. So it's a very, very, I wouldn't even say it's very well optimized. It's just a better architecture in general. We've done a lot of optimization because we have to do for our game. We have a lot more optimization to do. I think we could get you know, maybe even faster. Certainly we can get faster, actually. Try that. Let's look at the docs, shall we? I'd be curious, Eggshell 1700, how'd you hear about SpacetimeDB? Alright, let's go to the localhost version. And then we want to go to tables, columns and constraints, I think. What's the best way to scale SpacetimeDB, vertically or horizontally? Assuming I self-host. So vertically, put it on a big machine. Let's see. Yeah, let's try that. And SpacetimeDB is just fast enough to do like pretty big scale. If you want to scale horizontally, there are two options for that. You can use SpacetimeDB main cloud, which is a cloud service that we run, which scales horizontally for you. Or you can license SpacetimeDB cloud from us as well. Or you can build your own. That's another way to do it. But that is complex. All right, let's see what this looks like now. I think that looks good. Okay, let's go back to what Asus said. I don't know how to say his name, but we're here. And we're gonna go back to Claude and we say, okay, that looks good. Let's also go back and fix something from before. Default macro in Rust from before. As a reward for doing all of this, we will also maybe play one game of Openfront on live on stream. I don't remember how I first encountered it. Maybe some YouTube video, probably 1.0 announcement. Are you a like a web developer? Have you tried SpacetimeDB for web development? One big server sounds good to me, but I'm interested in main cloud. I'm just testing and playing around at this point, trying to learn it. Interesting. Yeah. I think main cloud is a pretty cool thing that we have built. I wonder why that has to be constant evaluatable, because I'm not sure that it does. That's weird. No, I haven't tried SpacetimeDB. I generally don't have many development experience still learning. Well, I think you might find it pretty cool. Have you, where'd you find out about convex? How'd you find out about convex? Okay. So that's now fixed, in principle. Let us now take a look at the changes. This seems fine. I don't know why they do that, but okay. Seems fine. Seems fine. Wow, a vibe coder who actually reviews generated code. Well, I have to. Because otherwise we'll have bugs. And I can't do that. YouTube videos too? You found convex for YouTube videos? Hey, what's that? Nice try, Claude. No attribution, please. That's much better. Nice try, Claude. Okay. All right, so then we've done that. Now, have we addressed Chippy's thing? I think we did, but let's confirm. think this song is a bit much for me. Alright, so Chippy said, have a small thing, does not list adding comps. So we did fix that. Let's now look at Teleril's. Because he helped out and did some cool stuff. So Hi 3 Blade, I just went through this on stream. It worked perfectly end to end with just a couple errors. Generate your module types. Just above it. Before we generate your module types, you say, this should be placed after the module types. I'm pretty sure we fixed that, but let's check that. So this is in the thing. So quick starts, TypeScript. No, it's actually tutorials chat app. It's in TypeScript, and it says, okay, generate your module types. Before we can run the app, so I believe I did fix this one. We need to generate the TypeScript bindings, blah, blah, blah. So actually, we did fix this one already. Then it says accessing the data. Okay, let's see. Pretty messages. We have this, and we have identity.message.sender.toString. This logic still doesn't work as it isn't correctly doing a lookup. My line above. Oh yeah, it's not. Is it? Yeah, no, it's not at all. That's madness. So let's see here. Okay. And instead of doing the work ourselves, because why would we do that? We will pay Anthropic to do it for us. I got... Okay, excellent. Excellent. I also got this feedback on the tutorial, and it looks correct to me. Can we incorporate it? This one I did not catch. And then the notify about new online users. Change to deconstruct the object, broke the app. This works. And that effect is correct. Yeah, u.identity.message? That doesn't make sense. Nonsense. That must be a typo. So this is correct. We want that. Thank you, Telleril. You're a legend. Okay. Okay, then the next one is notify users. This change to deconstruct broke the app. The original where you deconstruct the array works, which is true. So let's just confirm, like triple E check that in fact this is not true in here. So online users. Okay, and we don't have row colon anywhere. Well, we do, but it's only in the CSS. Good. One last thing. In main TSX, when setting up the original DB connection, error context has to be imported as a type, and I believe I also fixed that one as well. Error context, I did. I did. Excellent. So we fixed all of that. That looks good to me. Let's commit, or where I think we did that. So what have we done? In summary, we have addressed the review comments. We did the template thing. We did a bunch of default value stuff that Chippy was asking for. We fixed the lookup logic in the chat tutorial. Let's take a quick look. Is there anything else that you guys have noticed in the docs that you'd like me to fix right here, right live on stream? Does SpacetimeDB expect to have a API server on top like traditional database, or clients connect to it directly? This is a great question. Clients connect to the database directly. You can, of course, put a server in front of it, but we actually recommend that you connect your clients directly because we do real time. So everything is sent down to the client in real time and synchronized to your client. Very, very low latency. We need to do it for real time games and moving around, that type of thing. So that's the goal. Yeah. I also have this new article called The Zen of SpacetimeDB, which is about how we have 5 principles, and they are 5 core principles, and they are: everything is a table, everything is persistent, everything is real-time, everything is transactional, and everything is programmable. And do not forget these. As we have at various times, there have been times when we said, hey, something shouldn't be a table. That was wrong. We have times when we said, oh, well, does this really need to be persistent? That was wrong. It's always wrong. Everything does need to be persistent. Does everything really need to be real-time? It really does. Actually, it makes everything easier. Everything is transactional. That kind of goes without saying. And then everything is programmable. This one's about providing granular permissions to people. What is this? An M dash? No, we gotta have to remove those. How is multiplayer stuff like player position handled? Isn't it very inefficient to constantly update and save positions in a DB? No, it is not. No, it is not, and player position movement all happens through the database. In fact, let's go ahead. We're going to go look at my GDC talk. Yeah, SpacetimeDB.com. No, SpacetimeDB GDC. Okay. That is not there. That is an amazing and most common misconception, I would say, about this. So here's me giving a GDC talk. We'll make this full screen. Let me skip ahead to here. And I messed up the demo a little bit, but that's fine. This is now our application that's running. I can call the add circles function. So this circle here is moving. Every change to its position is a transaction that's happening in the database, and that's happening at 60 times per second. And now we're doing it for that many circles. They're all moving around, and then we can also do collisions even, and this is all again inside the database. So I'm gonna skip ahead. I added way too many circles, but that's all colliding in the database, 60 FPS. There is no problem. There is no problem doing it in a database. There would be a problem if it was Postgres and you were doing it the way Postgres does it, and if you had strings and you had to parse strings and you had to send stuff across the network and hold transactions open. Yuck, but we don't do any of that. So that's a great question. It's a fantastic question. But the answer is just put it in the database. So the answer is always, really, it's these 5 principles. And they are so correct. And they will be correct forever. And they are. So for example, all the position movements is persistent. And even, for example, every position that a player has ever had in Bitcraft is persistent. So we actually store the full history of that. Which is very helpful for like bot detection and various other kinds of things. All of the data in Bitcraft is stored in a table. Everything is real time, so all of the positions are synchronized in real time. The positions of trees, the chat messages, all of that goes to the database. It's all running inside an ACID transaction. That's critical. And then programmable is just, yeah, you want to be able to write your own logic inside a real programming language. It's cool. One of the things I did in that demo at GDC was that you can actually change the logic of the server running without any disconnecting any clients. So just your clients start using the new server code, and then it just works. It's actually bananas. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a fun one. Okay, so we've done, I think, the major things here that I wanted to get done. Let's look at the PR. How is that coming along? Got a lot of tabs open. Are my lints passing? Probably not. Ooh, we've got a conflict. Okay. Okay. This is... Okay. So I just tried to push to master. Well, no. My branch has a conflict with master in this file. This is a file that we removed and merged into the chat app tutorial. Could you please find out what the conflict is and incorporate the changes in that file into the chat app tutorial? Yeah, Mike, I think if you watch the whole talk, let me know what you think of it. And if you're not in our Discord, pop into our Discord and try that out. It would be very cool to have more people in there chatting about SpacetimeDB. We're gonna let Claude fix our problems here. Oh, that's the change that I made. Okay. Wasn't there another change? Let's just quickly take a look. I mean, it might also do that, but let's see. Yeah, the project path. that in the C sharp section? No, it's in the Rust section. Let's search for project path server. Make sure this does not happen. Okay, it's not there anymore. It's weird. I want to find, let me search for this. Because I know it was in there. No, chat out. Okay, so it looks like we fixed this in the Rust section. Well, that looks like, let's see, identity? Seems fine. So let's just do this. You do the merge for me? It's origin master. I have a web app that is currently using sockets and Redis. I'm hoping to migrate at some point to SpacetimeDB and have a working version locally with Claude's help, but I need to make sure I understand the code that was written. Yeah, I do think it's pretty easy to understand like when AI is writing a SpacetimeDB module, because there's only 3 features, right? There's like the reducers you write, the tables you create, and then the subscriptions you subscribe to. And there's really it's not more complicated than that. But I think that is important. My name is Tito. Hello. Welcome in. We are doing some updates to the SpacetimeDB documentation to bring it more in line with the reality of the world and to in general improve them. We are using Claude to do that, to help out. Okay, so let's look back at our PR. How's that doing? Let's go back. Okay, our lints are failing. That makes sense. PM format. Again, lint. The only issue I often have with AI writing SpacetimeDB is that it's choosing an outdated pre 1.0 version, but that can be fixed with enough correct context. That's a great point, and actually one of the things that we have done, let me just open this up, like probably the problem is just you need up-to-date documentation. There have been several occasions where I'm like, oh, if I use SpacetimeDB and I try to like get AI to deal with it, is that actually it's not even in the documentation. Like it just has to guess, and it's guessing wrong, or it's guessing like because we have old documentation. And some of it is, if you go to, I mean, I'll show you. Like actually, we should fix this in this thing right here in this SpacetimeDB.com, LLMs.txt, and you go down to the bottom and you search for RLS. Like, oh yeah, it still has the RLS rules. Yikes. And that's what they're currently training on. So we need to fix that. Maybe we should do that right now. But not only that, one other thing that's coming in this PR is like at least a first decent attempt at, well, I'll just show you here, but like at cursor rules files and the various other versions of it, so that like not cursor, but VS Code and so on, and Claude Code, so that it kind of tells it like, hey, no, you shouldn't do this, you should do this, and so on. Okay. Let's go back to this. Let's see. Oh, I have to do prettier. That was Gemini's issue. It kept referencing old docs. Claude was able to actually go fetch the updated info with coaxing. We should really have this set up so that you don't have to coax it. That everything that they get is like, I should give you a cursor rules file that makes it be correct, and you should not have to worry about that. So that's what we're trying to work on. Am I allowed to ask Bitcraft questions here, even though it's technically not that channel? We try to keep it pretty SpacetimeDB focused. I mean, I will. Depends on the question, I guess. But I will do my best to either answer, or if it's really not relevant, I may not answer. Okay. Let's do cargo format all, make sure there's nothing in there. All right, so the linting should now be passing, but the other thing will fail, but that's okay. All right, let's update the LLMs.txt file, shall we? What do you say? Okay. Okay. Now we need to update the LLMs.txt file using our docs and code examples. Please review LLMs.txt stored in the repo as LLMs.md to find out of date information and update that information. For example, the old LLMs.txt uses the deprecated RLS API, whereas we should now be using view functions. Review the document and tell me what you've found. When the next Bitcraft Q&A stream might be? That's a good question. I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine question. Ginkgo, thank you so much for the subscription. Too many tokens. Too many tokens. I wonder if like I should try to keep the file size of LLMs.md down. I don't know. It's unclear. The next stream, I don't. probably not that far in the future. We typically do them for like minor updates, sort of the monthly update. So I will talk to Carter about that. We lost our music. How did that happen? Oh, because I wanted to show the JDC demo. All right, let's see. Outdated content. RLS, missing TypeScript module server documentation. Both of these. Let's do it all. Let's do it all, ChatGPT. And by that I mean Claude. I mean, AI agents for this kind of thing are pretty helpful, where it's like, it doesn't have to be exactly correct. It has to be better than it was when I started the stream. And I can just say like, oh, please go do this. And we're moving in the right direction. And it's like not critical because it's just documentation in terms of like, it's not a security problem. So that's a good question, Doos. I don't actually know 1000% how they work. But like, I thought the idea of LLMs.txt was that it's kind of like links.txt for web scrapers, that it's going to tell people what to do. Like tell the AI agents what to train on. And so if that's the case, I would maybe add all of it, but I'm not sure. Should it link out to the documentation? I don't really know. Let's look for best practices for LLMs.txt. Let's review this stuff though first. Yeah, and they do have links, right? So like maybe I should just link out to that. Okay, let's see. That seems correct. Also correct. Can we also make a reference to the performance difference between anonymous view context and view context? Namely, that because view context or a non-view context is guaranteed to not access sender, SpacetimeDB can share the view for multiple connected clients. Well, I guess we gotta review this now. Oh, this is the C# variant of it. What is this? Madness. We're gonna skip it, I'm sorry. Should it have the 3 different return types, for example, vec, option, query? That's a good point. I will definitely add it in there. Although it does say, like here, views can return this. Does it say the same for, I think it did, didn't it? Yeah, views can return option and vec. Oh, I should mention query though. Also, you can return query t from a view which essentially behaves like RLS used to. Importantly, with a typed query, you can also scan whole tables, whereas because the results of the compiled query can be computed incrementally, whereas without taking a look at this. Is it called product? I don't think it is called product. Oh, come on, Claude. Get it right. Whereas, importantly, can I not go there easily? Without query, you must use an index to access the table inside a view function. Lastly, note that in TypeScript, product types are represented with t.object or t.row, and some types are represented with t.enum. Look at type builder.ts to confirm specifics. We'll let that cook for a bit, and now let's take a look at chat. Does anybody who asked any questions? No. We were going to improve the AI programming experience. I don't know that it'll be perfect, but it will be better than we left it. That is the goal. Oh, it was cooking. Okay, both contexts provide read-only access to... Are these not documented? Do we have... can chat tell me our typed query builder thing, is that not documented? I'm pretty sure it is documented, isn't it? Ooh, is it not documented? If it's not, that's a problem. Let's see. Functions, views. Oh my god, they're not documented. I'm sure Josh and the team have things for that. Alright, we'll put this in here, but it's not good. Does anybody have some, like, just off the top of their head examples or from their code that they're willing to share that I can slap into Claude? Is it an OpenPR the docs? Oh, it is OpenPR. You mean my PR? This one? This is an OpenPR. If you're referring to another one that adds docs, or could be. Let's see. Typed query builder. No, this is for this, but it doesn't have the docs change. Here, I'll just give it this PR and say, like, hey, can you take a look at the changes here and update query T based on that? This must be C#. Yeah. All right. Here, I'll put this in there. All right, let's take a look. This is incorrect. I wish there was like a accept but with notes type situation. I know, I need to be able to see that. Alright, let's just do this next. It's very frustrating. Okay, yeah, that's much better. Maybe? Why table new message? What is this? No. Madness. Kind of sounds like the Tetris thing. I mean, it's making up nonsense. It points here like 2 millis. This is, I believe, a fever dream. Again, it's better than what we had before. So I probably should commit it like this. This is nonsense. Schedule at .index. But let's accept this. And then we'll just reply. So doesn't exist. Oh no, it's still writing garbage. We'll wait for it to finish. Right, let's fix some things. That seems fine. Oh no. Let's see. I mean, this is a fever dream. You're vibing with SpacetimeDB. That's what we're doing. It's getting better. It's getting better, chat. It is getting better. It's not perfect yet, but it's getting better. Yes, well, that's true. However, if you saw how much money the company spent per minute in general, the token count for humans is much more expensive than the AI tokens. But fair. I only have like $50 worth of extra usage or something, so it can't be more than that. I'm gonna have to go probably pretty soon to get some food, but this has been productive. We've gotten through a lot. And we are still going. Okay, let's take a look at this. Should look a little closer at that last one. sending some emails. Give me 1 second. Okay. Correct. Okay. Well, that actually fixed a lot of the problems that I saw. Is connection ID not there? Actually, no. That's fine. Let's leave it off. Aha, good catch. I caught that. I missed that. Nice. Does anybody know if this is correct? I actually don't know. Gotta improve the docs. Ah, that's interesting. That is correct. Looks great. Well, let's do a quick check here. Git status, git diff. Actually have reviewed all of this already. Let's commit and push it. Oh, did that have a Claude thing in it? No. No. Let's edit that last commit message to remove the Claude attribution. Nice try, Claude. You're not getting any credit, even though you deserve it. Okay. Okie dokie. Take a look. All right, so we've done a lot today. Let's open up this. Where's my PR? The tests are failing. Why are the tests failing? Let's see. Actually, you know what? Let's just copy the whole thing in there. Getting this in CI. Why do work when you don't have to? These are the questions I raise. Claude gets credit when you get credits back in your account. That's right. Credits for credits. Credit where credit is due. Alright, fine. I don't like that, but sure. We'll do that. Sure. Have it be working, Claude. Have it be working. I don't want to trouble myself with these details. Sure, have it be working, Claude. All right, let's see. Oh, did the lints fail also? No, just the tests. And the LM benchmark, that's understood. This branch is out of date with the base branch. What? What else merged? What just merged? Oh, interesting. Come on now. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully these other ones pass. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit it with a little update LLM benchmark. And that will cause it to kick off a job, which will then run the LLM benchmark, and then we'll get one of these nice little things here, which will explain how many of our tests pass, and hopefully we've increased the number of tests that pass. We don't know, but we'll see. Excellent. Okay. All right, chat. I think that we're going to call it here so I can get some food because I'm hungry. Thank you all for stopping by. Is there anybody that I should raid that you guys want to call out? Anybody at all? Trying to see if there's anybody I know online. There is one. We have Team Vash, who's making an MMO. I think in Rust. Could be fun. Let's see, who is that? Is that on YouTube or is that on Twitch? Ace Gikmo, I mean. Alright, yeah, we can do Ace Gikmo. Looks like she's on Twitch. Alright, without, thank you for sharing, you and the team sharing your work. Absolutely. We will be back again. I'm going to continue to do this. I think this is a fun little series to just, you know, it helps me stay focused also on, like, yeah, we're moving the docs, especially with some of the vibe coding stuff. It can be easy to get distracted. Cool. I will raid out to... Can I raid on YouTube? I actually don't know. Is that a thing? I don't know if raid is a thing on YouTube. It should be if it's not. Anyway, we will do it over here on Twitch at least. And I will see you all later. Prior setup from both sides. Okay, fine. Well, I'll raid on Twitch, and I encourage you to check out their channel. Oh, come on. Is that not their name? What? There we go. Weird. All right. I will talk to you guys later. Check out her stream. I'm gonna pop in and see what they got cooking over there. And thank you for stopping in. Bye, everyone.